Hello blended folks, welcome and welcome back to Pxy-STUDY. Today is a topology day, mesh topology day. So the thing here is that I'm going to build mesh topology for this version of the same character, but it's a more cartoony version. That the topology here is more for the shapes than actually for the skinning. A little for the skinning, but because this is a different skinning approach that I'm doing for organic rigging, this is the, as you might have seen in the title, it's called, I'm calling it for now, for lack of better name, the lazy ballistic waves, because the limbs here are treated as cubes and the waves, they are lazy because they are just like this, but the results are actually good because what we use instead are joint corrective shape keys. So these corrective shape keys, they are not the typical correction shape keys that we are used to, although maybe the delta is, because it sort of corrects in between, right? But it's a combination of the axis, right? If you don't know how this works, is the delta, a product of two variables. So the x and z axis front, z is side bending of the thigh in this case. It's a complex joint, so that will make this product, and this formula we use here, the scripted expression, to secure some sort of, we won't be able to see here because I messed up the, yeah, I'm gonna still change the topology anyways. Now I have a pole target here to simple poles, but the delta would be in this case this poles, and I need to build a lot of more shape keys for the, yeah. So these are not the typical corrective shape keys, because actually you see the results are very good, right? And I have a subdivision surface modifier. I think I'm tempted to take these off because I think it ruins performance. It has some, it adds complications, although it seems helpful. But the new topology mesh topology that I want to address here, because it's a more stylized version, even more than what I had before, or stylized, more economical maybe. I want to see if I can do the mesh topology in a way that is also more, let's see, I still want to be economical, but maybe not so economical, just maybe just a bit better shapes, and if possible try to substitute the subdivision surface modifier, which I don't really want to apply, but if we apply it, wait, before that, yeah, that's what I'll have. It's not too bad, right? But yeah, actually there are a lot of vertices to manipulate in corrective shape. It's not very funny, right folks? Nah. Yeah, so maybe we, in the end, I think I want to preserve the subdivisions after seeing that. Of course, we could try to get smoother shapes. I already have got anyways the shade smooth, right? But it's not sufficient, right? So yeah, so maybe it's better to maintain this. Also, there's something funny about the subdivision surface modifier, that if we have if we are posing with this method, it actually creates some sort of moving vertices, even when, yeah, don't mind here because I messed up the forms. But if you watch previous, okay, so this is what we have, because the skinning from the wave paint is like just like this, right? So how come then these are not exactly corrective shape keys the typical way, because they don't correct artifacts. It's not a skinning artifact. This is just because it's a clipping, right? Horrid clipping and disruption of mesh because there's no calculation of blended shared waves. That means that if you see, these vertices are not moving at all because they pertain to the hips. And what that does mean is that, not this one, what does that mean is that the corrective shape keys, or the joint shape keys, or the joint corrective shape keys, they really skin, they are the real responsible, the main responsible for the control, the skinning of these very important vertices, which are very hard to skin with the regular skinning algorithms, which suck. They are horrible, and we are in 2026, almost 2030, and we are using technologies that are like from decades ago. So it's even inside Blender, which is shocking, but not so shocking if you see that the industry is also doing the same for a lot of software. So this is absolutely ridiculous in my understanding. I think no one is willing to invest in some good mathematics, programming, rigging, organic rigging solutions. Like it can't be that hard. It's just you need to correct make it look more organic. But that doesn't matter. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a programmer. I just think they are doing a horrible job in certainly. Internally, good advanced studios, they have more money and vision, so they will invest their money not just improving their rendering results, they will improve the skinning results for organic rigging to facilitate the workflow of their modelers, their riggers, their animators, everyone, right? So everyone is happy. Also, the programmers and mathematicians, riggers, they get new jobs, whatever. So that's yeah. So we are using old techs, and then we are paying the price. It's ridiculous. So but then that's why I decided to circumvent the problem by by using this method, where this is absolute binary waves here, and here you see they don't blend, and because they don't blend, this means that there's not, how they say, blended weight shade waves. So these are not interpolating, let's say like this. They are not, and that means that there's no skinning artifacts at all, because it's not calculating. The thing that are being calculating is this motion. And this is what I'm calling the ballistic motion, because when you have artifacts such as volume loss and other stuff, right? Candy wrapper artifact, any various things, but volume loss usually here, and here also a lot of volume loss and some bulging sometimes in other areas. So a lot of different artifacts, but caused by rotation. So we don't have artifacts here to start with, and because we don't have artifacts, our job with a joint corrective shape key is not to correct an artifact or a bad skinning. Right now it is to correct a bad skinning, but it's not to correct artifacts, skinning artifacts from the skinning method or skinning algorithm. That, for me, my estimation, is an advantage, because it's much more easy, because we are not countering anything like that, and if we have to go back and forth, it's much simpler to solve anything. This is why I got these deforms. Well, not this one, but I had to change here because I was adapting. You see, I didn't have this formula before. It was this division. But if we remove this, no, still not good. Okay, doesn't matter. The thing is that I have changed these values here to match. It's neither 100%, because when I modeled the thing, but I assure you can look at the older videos. It was very good, or actually quite good for this kind of hardcore pelvis femur rigging, right? So anyways, here is just a matter of retakes. So now I'm into another proposition, which is the mesh topology. So I've been growing aware that this method here that I'm using experimentally, that already seems to produce good results. I'm still in doubt if I'm gonna blend waves here in this kind of joints, because we're not getting great results. We have some clipping here, and if I get used to make this everywhere, we have a lot of them. Even here, if we want to rig this with this method, this is time consuming. It's not very hard, but it means that I'll have to have shape key, joint shape key here, if we want a better result, then here, then this here, then we can symmetrize, of course, but okay. And then we might also need the delta. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll have to build 5 of them just for one bone, this edge ring here. And then you have to, for each bone, actually, if we use this method, so in this case, it could be that the conventional method of skinning just is better, because usually you don't have too much artifacts on the spine, right, folks? So this is some question, but I would like to avoid this to maintain consistency. But you see, sometimes this is just stupid. Use the technique that is not cost efficient. Sometimes it's better just to use the best technique for each thing. So I think for me the best technique now that I look forward to is the lazy waves for actually all the joints that are more substantial and hard to rig. Often they cause a lot of problems, such as here we could use bendy bones. The neck I'm not sure yet, because they're the base of the neck and the neck head joint, so there are 2 joints for the neck at least. But I think we could use bendy bones for some of these bones here, and that should be fine. But I don't have the waist now, so this is not for now. So by changing the mesh topology, certainly I'm gonna break the work that I've already done a bit, but this was experiment, I was testing, so it's fine. Let's just take them off. And so what I'm gonna do now is that I need to I want to make a mesh topology that is economical, that is suited for this character. So I'm gonna explore the one for a LED shape key facial rig, cartoonish facial rig, yeah, led by shape keys. And I got the old model that I got, has this bit more low medium poly already, and I don't need that. I know that I want something more economical, and the topology for this rig, because it's facial rig with shape keys, and the body joints are using mostly this method here, the experimental method. So that means that the mesh topology need not to respect all the conventions that we are used to. That means I can solve this with any kind of mesh topology, virtually any kind. We could do that anyways, right? With whichever. But this means that the mesh topology here is not so important for this kind of method, because we are not relying on the waves for the joints. The waves are for the ballistic, already explained, right? The ballistic motion, because the vertices, they are full wave paint to a single bone, and then they follow very closely. They are just bound totally to that single bone, so that move all in sync. And the deformations, in this case, the deformation is very predictable. There is no artifact. The vertices are just, they move very mechanically, very like a ballistic circular motion. They follow exactly the rotation of the bone, right? Although from their original positions, right? Or current positions. So that's why solving the joints with shape key is much simpler here, and especially if we need to go back and forth, we don't even need to touch the wave paint. And touching, if we had to touch a wave paint like this, it'll be also not too hard, right? To solve wave paint like this is really like Lego thing. So the Lego Roblox thing. So the thing here looks like mechanical rigging, right? So we are taking the best of the shape key, the final poses, and the best of the skinning algorithm, even the linear blend skinning, the most typical one, the default one in Blender, which is the quality of doing ballistic rotation of the of the vertices to the bone, and while the blended share rate is pure garbage. Not that wave painting is a problem, maybe it is, but it's that the skinning algorithm, which functions with the wave paint, it just don't help, right? It doesn't work organically, not good enough, right? Very far from good enough, right? Otherwise, if it was good enough, we wouldn't have to solve artifacts. We wouldn't have skinny artifacts to start with, or at least not those ugly ones. We'd have much easier ones. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, folks, is that I'm gonna start addressing the mesh topology for this new old character or different version of the same character. I want to investigate which kind of topology will best suit the model, the 3D model, and I have a model sheet in grease pencil, which is yeah, actually the mesh is already more or less positioned according to the yeah, so this is the toon version of the character Dorothy. Her proportions, this one, the bigger one, she would be like about 7 heads tall. I don't remember now, but 7 maybe, yeah, more than 6 heads tall anyway. And this one is just, it's 6, what's that? I think I scaled this wrongly. Yeah, because it's not matching. It's no problem because the proportions are right. We're not counting heads right now, but probably I messed this up. Basically, let's see. Okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, but not exactly. It's like my grid is offset. I don't, because I rescaled something, but this circle is not matching. It's normal that they are floating because I count from the head, but the circle of the head is not. Let's see, maybe if I can't get this right now, I would. Okay, this is clear the ground, but I think what's happening is that the scaling was wrong, right? I think I need to scale down more, maybe. Yeah, I think that's it. You see it now? This is matching. Oh yeah, I made it much taller, so I got a confusion there in the calculations when I scaling down. Okay, now we need to scale down also these ones and scale down from in principle here. Just matching the approximately. It doesn't need to be perfect because we are still editing, modeling, all that, so and adjusting. Yeah, now it seems correct. Apply all transforms, there we go. So this one I can delete after it's done, but it's my reference, right? You don't need to have any scale here. So again, this mesh topology, folks, doesn't need to respect the conventional things because of our different method of organic rigging here. And so that means that I have much more freedom to make this mesh topology. I could use that, but I think I can do better. And since I'm gonna use the subdivision surface modifier, it's likely that I need to improve certain things. I still have the constraint that I want to be economical, and I believe certain decisions could be beneficial to even this rigging, even though there's no blended waves for the joints. I still believe certain things could be beneficial, and we have some very weird stuff here and there, but I'm gonna try. I think, oh, I need to do this here, I guess. Yeah, so I'm gonna explore, and I'm really not sure what can come up from this. This is the technique there for simple joint skinning, but I'm not really sure it's gonna. I know that the skinning here would need some also corrective shape keys, of course, the method, but I think anything like this should be good, because with more vertices we can improve on the shapes, right? So I don't see problem if it to get something slightly more just slightly more. Also, this is good because then we are allowed to control the shapes a little more, and this is kind of relevant. But there are doubts how I'm gonna do all the stuff for this yeah, so I always in that. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. I could use a trigon really to simplify this thing, right? Yeah, so artists use trigons for that. It's sometimes a good idea. Why not? So I just don't know where to send it. Because this moves like a wait, this is not, that's it, okay, because this moves mostly like a tube, right? The thigh, the limbs, right? This is not a problem to have trigons everywhere. Even on the joints shouldn't be too much of a problem. Though I'm a bit concerned about these shapes. Isn't there anything simpler than that? This looks too much. There should be something better, right, folks? Okay, we can just use this, but I suspect it's not good enough for the shapes. Ah, there's a problem. Yeah, of course, this doesn't really help in terms of because I don't have the mirror modifier. So maybe I'll have to build this temporarily for these developments, because otherwise we won't be able to have the topology right. Apparently it doesn't mirror properly when we are adjusting topology, so I think it's just okay to destroy everything here, and then we're gonna rebuild that later. Because of the method of the joint corrective shape keys, then I need to make sure that I have to apply the it causes lots of issues, unfortunately, but we can totally use it here for the building. And I have also an extension which shape keys keeper, I think, or another one. This is free extension that can just let you apply the mirror modifier even if you have shape keys. So I can just, yeah, but it will mess up the shape keys probably. Fortunately, I don't have too many, so you see the shapes, as long as the shapes are getting good, that's a good sign. And so it's a question of there are some things weird that happen because of the subdivision surface modifier, right? But for now what I can do is just so my idea is to keep comparing the mesh topology and see the decisions, the main I'm more looking for, yeah, we're gonna see what this causes in terms of skinning, but we are trying to get, yeah, look here, looks like that something about the shape building is important. Yeah, so I think we can get this one, and maybe we can get another one that we'll try to place it like somewhere like here. Yeah. This part of the shape is not too important. That just works for now. Yeah, that's good. Then for the joint there, turns out that it's good not to have too much. This is an intermediate joint, just as the wrist and the neck from the top and the bottom, right? So the joint here and joint here. So these joints, they're rotate in all directions, but it's more symmetrical than like the shoulders or the hips joints in my assessment of the anatomy. And this symmetry, this improved symmetry of these body parts, of the ankle, of the wrist, of the neck, it what makes it easier to rig. When we have a lot of asymmetry and the limb can bend in all directions, then that is a nightmare to rig usually. So I think we solved for the here. Okay, I think we're gonna make this one as well, because this part can also contribute for the anatomy, right? Oops, bad stuff there. Don't like, not good. Okay, so I'll bring from this one, right? So I'm just gonna do this. And so I don't know what is best here. So just GG. Okay, so if they start to mess up our model, then we I'm adding more vertices, so that's also an idea that will gonna be beneficial, because then when I change the mesh, I have more vertices to tweak, a little more to tweak. So this is good if you want to make muscle tissues, tendons rigging. That is why also the point of the tip of the, not exactly the center, but yeah, this is also why couldn't we have just something like this will be very weird, right? But maybe it works. I don't know. It doesn't look to be working in terms of shading. Yeah, it looks creepy. So anyway, let's go back. Yeah, so certain things we need to take into account. Yeah, but we can also, why not, right? This is weird, right? Usually the bulging more. I don't know. Yeah, so some things here to consider artistically, and this is actually one of the funny parts of mesh topology. It's not just puzzling. Sometimes it's beautiful on its own. The fit, right? So the fit is very challenging usually, and this looks horrible. This is an armature, it doesn't matter. So what kind of topology we're gonna want here? Yeah, so let's start with the simple parts first. I want this this part of the ankle. Looks like that prior to something going down here, we want more something looping here. Why not, right? And then we can, yeah, we can get here something like this, but we want to be able to Said we can use 3 guns here like crazy. So this is plausible. Here at the bottom we might need something. Oh, this is horrible, right? We might need some structure. So here we go for some anatomic challenge, but also we need to take into account the skinning, but not as traditionally, and what would help shaping these things better. So in a stylistic way, right? Do I want there will be a line here that will is this any good? Doesn't look very good, right? Probably because we need, yeah, we could try. Oh, I see. Maybe we can do. Probably this will be better as a 3 gun here. Why not? It's very weird, but so then we have something that's pointy. I don't know. This crazy 3 gun, is that usually that would be a terrible idea, right? But maybe for this case it will work, as long as I can get yeah, we need some, yeah, the base of the feet, I think the foot, I think we'll need something like this. It also seems too bad here. Maybe we need something like another round here of this. That could work. But this sounds dangerous. Well, even for the normal shapes, right? It sounds a bit dangerous what it is doing. As a normal rigging, right? If we change the topology, this is very destructive and it's very complicated, right? So the decisions here, maybe I shouldn't be testing out so much stuff that are more likely to cause problems than bring up smoother, smart solutions, right? So, like, it's funny to say that, yeah, maybe this is a method that allows some freedom, but I'm like, maybe I'm going too far in this thing, and this is not very wise, right? But yeah, it's good. In the sense that I'm testing the limits, so I can really. It's not a total waste of time, but if I'm in a rush to make this project, then this will be a little problematic, right? Why am I bringing this here? Oh yeah, because of this trigon there, right? The feet look enormous for this character anyways. But this is something that I tend to get wrong always, even in the model sheet. Well, maybe not in this model sheet. Wait, what is this? Ah, it's the head, of course. It's a separate, for now it's let's lock the head for now. Okay, let's take a look on the shapes, right? Yeah, this definitely it sounds problematic for the shapes as well. So we're gonna, I think, just do this after all. And we're gonna, of course, maintain this one. So that means that now we can, the rest looks good, but essentially I think I'm going to redo this part. And here I need to decide what I'm gonna do. If we go for the more conventional, it's a lot of geometry. Yeah, this is not really necessary. So maybe I want to do something about this spike there. I don't want to do this whole thing, so maybe we could solve this with I'm not trusting. Yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe. We need to take care about the bottom part, because this is very, it's usually important. The talon, I think, not sure if that's, okay, we could use this structure for the talon indeed, just something like this. It's not bad. Yeah, actually this is good. What is not good though is this thing. As for this part, it doesn't look too bad, so I think this formula sort of works. This could be important. Yeah, let's try to, I don't know about this trigger, but it's not that bad actually. This sounds helpful. And then of course here we're gonna try this first. So this part looks like we were, at least seems to me that we're lacking density. Thanks, YouTube. It wants you to be watching, but I'm not watching the soundtrack, of course. What a crap. Okay, so here we got again this. Yeah, I think this is not sufficient for that shape, so I might have to make it like this, right? And from this structure, like, it's not clear this is a great idea, but that because of what I had before, also I feel like we're lacking something here, right? This won't look good, right? That part looks good, the back part, but it's just that maybe we need something here, but I want to be economical, right? Here we have a... No. Keep it simple. We could have the end gone, but it's not, still not great, right? Yeah, let's remove this again. Can we survive with just this? It's a possibility. Like, I think it's doable, and then in the future we decide what, if we need anything else, because now the good thing is that we have not very clean, but we have interesting topology here for, yeah, for these shapes. Something that might be efficient enough, right? So maybe pull this down. Okay, so I think I'm satisfied that, oh yeah, the foot toes, if we go, it's cartoony, so should we have, how did I did this one? Well, this is super simple, right? Yeah, here we got a lot of stuff. The ball of the foot, the balls. I don't really need to address the toes now, but it will be cool if we could have this. So let's make at least the toe, right? The big toe. here, certainly we can just okay, this is separated. Of course, there's question if this is good enough for this part, but I think we could just do this and that's it. The other direction or this direction, I don't know. Let's try this, should work for now. Yeah, the subdivision surface modifier has this little advantage though. It can sometimes solve right away this kind of trigon stuff. Sometimes it's favorable to rigging. You see that we have just one joint I decided, yeah, for the stylized character. So yeah, the toe, big toe has indeed yeah, let's make two joints here. The toe is weird, right? The anatomy is weird, and that's it. Here I'm not sure what's... Oh yeah, of course I know what's going on. So do I want side mesh? Yeah, it's true, the character is an alien. Você, Vicente, bem-vindo, welcome. Your English, yeah. Do you not use subdivision often? Yes, I use all the time usually, but yes, do you know a technique that I'm missing or a workflow that I'm missing maybe? Yeah, I know I'm missing something. I could be doing certain things better right now. Should I do this by the foot? Yeah, because the toe looks very weird with this thing here. Maybe I just... Yeah, let's just do this. For now that should be... And here we leave it like this, right? If you know anything I want to share, thanks, I'll be glad to hear. Because I'm focused on different mesh topology, you see, and so maybe I'm forgetting some good stuff from other approaches of the, for example, the subdivision modifier. Right? But I use it. Yeah, I actually like very much to maintain things procedural, like mirror modifier. Yeah, I love those things. But in Blender, those things or maybe in the text that we use, right? Not just Blender. They are sometimes performative cost, and sometimes they cause other problems. Usually it's the performance problem, right? But sometimes it's conflicting, like shape keys, right? Shape keys, they uh, they conflict with mirror modifier, unfortunately. But I usually love to maintain those procedural stuff. Uh, I wish the solidify modifier was better in Blender. I wish we can soon. Well, there's the geometry nodes approach to it, but it's still a bit too complicated to use on a regular basis for me for everything. But I think that this is a reality that is changing for the good. Soon we're gonna have a lot more quality with the subdivision preset. No, sorry, geometry nodes presets, right? Like array modifier point 2.0 is already there. I think it was made through geometry nodes, and yeah, those presets, I think they are groundbreaking in at least the modeling aspect. And I've heard someone is doing a pose modifier with geometry nodes, something that could affect pose mode, so it could be a very interesting way of doing animation, 3D animation, maybe 2D animation too in Blender, because current rigging animation tools you have, they are very late, very old school. They are not well fitting for a lot of good stuff that we should be able to do nowadays in good and soft 3D animation software. Blender is still not there yet, but with this pose modifier, maybe this is a good thing that will I don't know how far it can go. I asked the developer, he mentioned some things. I don't know exactly what he has in mind, but I think it has potential towards solving rigging animation problems. Alright, so this I think for now is sufficient for this foot as a stylized foot, whatever that. And the rest seems to be good so far. The legs I think are good enough, and now we need to go for this part. So yeah, there is the nostril. I rarely use shape keys or animate, so I do not run into these problems. Ah, yes. So animation is cool, but yeah, I'm an animator. But shape keys could be used for a lot of stuff too, right? Not but yeah, I understand. So here of course I'm addressing topology, right? But not a topology for the conventional way of rigging. I'm using a special method, right? Experimental method. All right, so here let's see which kind of topology matters. Of course, we're looking for just some cool face loops. Okay, I already see. Maybe I should be having a face loop here. Yeah, let's use this one and bring this one up. We're gonna just we're gonna sustain this one just in case. I hope it will not cause too much problem. So I'm using this tactic here on the joints. At least we have one face loop like that. It was working so far, I think, instead of having just one. Here it's very bad. So I think the worst part is this. So now for some face loops here, it's good to have regular things, but here one thing that matters, I think that I want is the yeah, the how they call it, the yeah, there's the navel and there is the yeah. So for this stylized model, I want the navel can be something like this. That's it. I know this works. So we can have something like this. Then we want for, yeah, the iliac crest. Yes, this feature that is on the hip, the pelvis. It will be around here, I guess, according to the model sheet. Yeah, so that means that this is the central, yeah. So I'm gonna bring this here and we're gonna bring it here, and then of course all this will cause some wreak havoc here. So we're gonna add here this vertex, right? You see that it's a vertex crease. All this thing is unnecessary. Maybe something for the crotch could be good. Like, yeah, I think, yeah, I think a face loop like this could be useful for the crotch. So you have something slightly more rounded, but we have to assess where it will, yeah, there are some other things we'll have to do here. So yeah, we're gonna here, this part I think deserves some more adjustment. So we have some reference there. Here certainly we would like to improve this. Maybe we can do this. Yeah, this is nice. So we don't need all this stuff, although yeah, we can maintain some strange geometry here, but if we could get stuff better here. Looks like we have, yeah, we have this. So I believe now we could attempt to get, yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is familiar with. So yeah, the problem is this here, right? I'd like this to go up, but we don't have the right, yeah, we have some problem here with the amount of geometry here that is missing. This works well with the subdivision surface modifier, but maybe not that. It certainly can do better, and here probably if we keep like this will end up causing some trouble. I probably have to change the shapes in the end, but so far I think this okay. So indeed possibly we need some more geometry here, so I had to look at these face loops now. So yeah, that's why it's important to address maybe some of this. Yeah, something like this would be good, I think. Yeah, for this particular one, if I can get something like that, that'll be good. And maybe it's too much. Another one that will be good. No, not this one. This one that go more straight. Yeah, something like this, like a waist. Yeah, we need something like a waist. And so possibly we could get from here. Yeah, we can use this from here. And then I'm concerned about, yeah, this phase loop. So this is where we could use this kind of reference here. We can get this one, yeah. Behind the arm, okay. So we see behind the arm. So this phase loop can actually get yeah, okay, so maybe we need to find yeah, so we need probably to sacrifice something here, but now it's very weird. This could work. Yes, this can work indeed. Because now we have this phase loop here. We have a triangle here, but it's fine. Now, yeah. This part here is very... what is this shape? Okay, there's... Yeah, so this maybe we can try to do different, because we need to use this one now for this part. want to use this in some better way. I see we don't have this kind of division here, so also we need some parts for the breast. So probably, yeah, we probably need this one. But I'm not sure if we go for the neck. Okay, let's go for the neck so far. After we'll decide what to do with that. I think this works, yeah. But here we're gonna use this in a different manner. We're gonna try to do some sort of anatomic shape here for and also from the back, so it's like more like this. And here, yeah, we can have trigones, so we can just yeah, we can do this. Yeah, so you can have this trigon here. And this topology of the we're gonna change a lot. This part probably needs something to now the sternocleidomastoid. Probably this is a exaggeration, but it's a way to do this for now. Yeah, it's not going the right direction. Maybe just okay, just this, the lower part is the convoluted one so far, so if I can find a better way to... I have the other reference to look at for now, so it's not a big deal. Maybe just... oh, well, actually we can... yeah, we could just do this for now. Okay, something like this could work. The clavicle, yes, we want something anatomical about it. This is could be interesting, this strength here, because this is the iliac crest, and I want to implement it. Yeah, so although it ruins a face loop, but that's fine. Do we need this though? Okay, maybe you could do something like this here. Where this goes? Okay, this goes about there. This goes here. No, this is going nowhere. Ah, here we go. Okay. We can use this. Good one. Now we have... And so now we can try to see what we do with this one. Maybe we can dissolve. Okay, this is going well topology wise for this rigging approach. I think it's not horrible. It should get the job done. We have the middle two not very well positioned right now. This can go lower. Good. We can have this. Okay, there's another, yeah, this part is complicated. I'm focusing on this one. Yeah, something like this. So I want to crush the spine center or not. Like this kind of works, but yeah, the shading is not super convincing, right? This is why the idea of crushing it. And then it goes another one outside, yeah, so how to make it crush is not that simple though. I think we have, yeah. Also, maybe we need another face loop here. Who knows? Yeah, let's make one here. Also will help shaping the anatomy a little better. The torso. And so from here, what we do is that we're gonna try to, yeah. We got it going like here, right? To actually no, not like this. It ends. Why it's so confusing? Okay, we got. It's not a diamond shape, but I see it goes like that, yeah. So it gets a diagonal. I just didn't want to ruin the diagonal here, but we'll find. We have to do this. So now this goes here. And from this, seems it opens up, but it's not the case. No, actually, oh, okay. This is what it does actually. And then we have this, and then we have this, and then we have something that does this, right? Now we start opening up, but now I just ruined the... But that can also work, yeah. So instead of this going up, it can just go here, yeah. So that works. What's not working actually is this one. Ah, we are back to the same thing, yeah. Yeah, the problem is that we need to this needs to make a nope. Ah, okay, I see. It's here. It's a diamond quad somewhere here. And this one, what it does, yeah, from this one we can make the connection now. Yeah, it's bad, but that's, yeah, now we got something. And this, there'll be probably better ways to do all that, but I've decided to reproduce this pattern here, which I thought that was nice, right? This thing that goes deep into the anatomic. There's some fascia here, so this is okay. This one we need to find a way to make it reach the... So this doesn't necessarily needs to go there, but it could. Now the problem is that I don't know what I do with this this thing here, right? We could say this also works nicely because you see you have this symmetry of trigon. Here, I'm not sure this is helping so much, so this is not, yeah, this is not necessary. We could do instead this. and just work just as fine. And we have the symmetry of trigones in the front and the back. I think this is nice. We don't have it's very solid in spite of the trigones, but the trigones are not a horrible thing. And we have a modest amount of mesh topology, which is good. Now I'm gonna develop something on that I like for the shapes, which would be, this will be complicated, but we're gonna address the shapes of the shoulder, scapula, and so we're gonna indeed, even though we don't need this mesh topology for the rigging, we still want for the shapes, and they might help a little in the rigging. If you're not familiar with what the method I'm using, is that the joints are rigged mainly by shape keys instead of blended waves, shared waves. That means that the blended waves don't exist, and this, by not using the skinny algorithm to calculate the blended waves, because there's no blended waves in the most important joints of the body, then it's much easier to rig them through the typical or an atypical use of corrective shape keys. So I call them joint shape keys or joint corrective shape keys. They won't correct anything in terms of skinny artifacts, because there's no skinny artifacts, because it's not blending the waves during the posing. So the deformation doesn't generate artifact. It's just a ballistic motion of the body, of the limbs. Here we don't see the result because I haven't done here, but you can see just a few videos before. I can show because now they were ruined, but I had them right here. Disable them, but for the most difficult joint, except for the mouth, but if you consider something, yeah, here it's convoluted, but yeah, as I said, you can watch the other one. It just worked very fine, because I've been making all the topology, so imagine how that freak Vox shape keys. And by the way, Vicente 4966, if you're not familiar with shape keys, it's a great thing, but it has still in Blender has a lot of limitations. Like it can be used for facial expressions, and the good thing about shape key, they say, is that it's very good to obtain the last pose, the last expression. It's although it relies a lot on the mesh, it's very sensible to mesh change, even more than wave painting. Because it gets a lot of glitches in its weird interactions, similar with a mirror modifier, and yeah, it's very dangerous to use within certain. We need to constrain the use of shape keys more than usually would. So it's not as dynamic, I would say, but if you learn how to use it, we can. Also, animators can use it to make morphs, but they are limited also to morphs because we can't change the topology for the shape keys, and this is tragic. Also, we needed a shape keys 2.0, in my opinion, where we could even get results when we change the topology. Then we have real morphing characters, like the title deserves, because morphs, I think, comes from 3D Max, right? And for the shape keys effect, then blend shapes is in Maya, and shape keys in Blender. And usually they all do the same. Apparently the shape keys in Maya, they are more advanced and they can do curvature motion in very agile way. Well, to do that in Blender, it's very complicated. There are techniques, there are add-ons, even extensions maybe, but it's very complicated. And even I don't know, I wouldn't know exactly how to handle. I just happen to know one add-on that's very outdated today, but that addressed that. And now I'm so they, like you it can it's very bad to make a shape key that would do this arc of motion for the arm. It's very hard to do with shape key. It's shape key is bad because it does linear interpolation. So that's why the final poses are great, but the interpolations are linear. They are very stupid. So it's very bad for certain things. So that's why the best world is, in my underestimation now, is to do this ballistic circular thing with the lazy ballistic waves and then solve the joint, which is the skinning algorithm, the skinning method, with the bones, the deformed bones, and the armature modifier. They are horrible because they generate artifacts everywhere. Well, when the deformed bones and the deforming mesh rotates more than start to rotate about 90 degrees, positive or negative, doesn't matter. When that happens, we start to have artifacts. Also same for the when we twist, which is also the y rotation of the bones, the rotation on the y-axis, this one, right? So then we have a kanji wrapper skinning artifact. This is not the skinning wrapping artifact, but it does look like, because yeah, it's something like that, right? Literally like kanji wrap. Anyways, what happened to mouse soundtrack, folks? Sorry. Okay, so we are going to go for this part, which is interesting, very interesting. So we're gonna get the scapula. Really beautiful mesh topology for this stuff, right? So we see it can go over the shoulder, and from the shoulder in the front it can connect with maybe the upper torso. Yeah, probably the upper torso. Could be parallel to the clavicle. There are a lot of ways. So because I'm way more low poly here, this will be very interesting, and we gonna get, yeah, so you see it's interesting to have this one, because I see this in a lot of professional big face loop here, very regular stuff. Yeah, this one is beautiful one. I think it's kind of boring, to be fair, but it's also cool. I think it totally worth to have it. So I don't have it now, let's make it. And I'm gonna place it like even maybe the top of the shoulder. And our shoulder here, the shoulder discard here is horrible. We're gonna separate here. No, I don't know. I'll have to make huge manipulation. So you see, when I started the experiment here and the mini project, I was expecting a way more low poly stuff and more regular geometry, simplified stuff, and now I'm going recomplicating this to get because my experiment first was called the vertex bone, and I totally changed my mind. It was related to this that helped me reach this state now. The vertex bone, yeah, never mind. I don't know. I don't even remember that. Never. What is? But it was related in the sense that I was trying to analyze all the vertices of. That's why I needed low poly, and now it turns out that I don't need that. There's no more need to care about the poly count too much. Of course, matters a little, but the more poly count, then more likely would do the fixes with sculpt mode instead of mesh editing on edit mode, modeling stuff, right? Yeah, so this is very regular. There's no big mystery. What's confusing is that we need to have the shoulder. It's like the upper part of the volume of the shoulder, so it's like going around the shoulder like this. And I'm not sure how many mesh I would like to have for the shoulder, but that's fine. Maybe we can. So for now, let's do this because I feels like that will be needed to fill these details. This is a very elevated shoulder here. No, let's not do this. Let's just. Okay, so maybe we have a face here that we could use for the building the I'm not sure, this is a bit weird right now, but we can use this to build the clavicle. But first let's keep trying to solve this one. Will be this one, right? Let's see, I already start to shape the structure for the scapula, running side by side with that. It could start from here. It's like a diamond quad apparently. Looks like I'll need to get it from here, right? That also gets the, well, now if it does the same movement, I'm not sure. We don't have this one going down, but we could have it now. Yeah, it makes sense to have this extra. We'll probably need this thing anyways. Also this structure is gonna be helpful because To be fair, we have a problem here. Something ruined the scapula thing. It needs to open up. Yeah, I think I removed something fundamental. Yeah, too late. Okay, for some reason I don't have the face loop here. Ah, it's a single face. Okay. Okay, now we got something. And also I want this structure here. Ah, but it's going different. It's going above the... While here I have something that's going below the... I should try different here. Though there's also this face loop, which is interesting. So, except that this one now is going inside the arm because I don't have... I already have this one for the shoulder. So this one is simplified, so I think this also will be fine. Yeah, it seems good, but I need something about this face loop. This part of the... we might need some assessment because this can be complicated. This might not work. We might need some more geometry here to do this. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, so there's a problem with this thing. We need... I don't even have it here. Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, I have it here. We need something like this. And this goes above the... about this one, yeah. It goes above this thing, but below the... So it's something that needs to go... Yeah, it is something like this one. doesn't mean that we can't maintain this thing. It looks like we'll need this. Looks like we can't it will be good to work with these ones as well. And we got it. And now we have some issues here. Can we make this better now? Yeah, we can. Yeah, this will be horrible. We need to solve this thing. No, just like that, yeah. I don't like the shape here, but it is, yeah. Whatever, we still have. I never did that before. But whatever, it works, and I just need to make sure that these shapes are polished enough for the character design in some more passes. And we address the model sheet. Oh yeah, here. So I need, yeah, there's the clavicle thing still. This is not the clavicle. So I have a trigon here. Could work, but we probably could do better. What goes in the front of the arm? Ah, follows the clavicle. Okay, maybe that is the way to go then. Yeah, this kind of works, but it's still not good here. So I think the way to go would be to turn this into that structure, right? Without this is the complicated part, how it's gonna maintain. Okay, we still have, okay, why not so this structure of the clavicle is kind of important. The too big face here. Let's see what if there's anything here we can. Clavicle connects straight from there, no big deal, and then it warps down. Now we have this thing, okay. So this could be the clavicle already. Or already we have two clavicles. No. No, not the right one. Still not. And what is this thing? right. Okay, let's use this one. Yeah, maybe we should just end something like this. Except that yeah, we have this one that we sacrificed, but this could work, and this one actually could be the clavicle. Aha, magic happens. Aha. Ah, no, we have this shit. But that's okay. We can improve this shape somehow. That part is visually super confusing, and even anatomically. The thing is that it's hard. It's a part of the body that it's very hard to see on oneself. You can turn your head to look at this very well with a mirror, but yeah, that's one of the reasons I think this is so weird. Okay, so what we can do here, if we want to... Yeah, we could just do a trigon here. What is this one though? Is this the... No, there's not even the... Not even this face loop. Yeah. Yeah, so it could just end as a trigon indeed. That works in this approach, right? As rigging approach, this shouldn't not be a problem, but I'm more concerned about this because it sort of breaks the symmetry that I would like for the shoulder. This triangle here. And here, because of the clavicle, we could get, I don't know, get some more artistic edge on top of it. Like if I reduce everything, yeah, I still barely see, but that will be... Yeah, whatever. This is something that we need to build more later on. I see what I'm missing here. I need some more rounded topology for this for the shoulder here. But now it's a bit too late. I will have to find something. Oh, look at this. Yeah, this is complicated. Yeah, this thing is not that good. No, it works with the subdivision surface modifier. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe this is better for the shape. I don't know. Let's leave it like this for now. You can also add an edge crease here. Even though, yeah, it's not, it's more like here, right? Ah, I see something here. Yeah, of course. This is doing its job here. What is this one? Ah, this one is not a so much important one, or yes, so that is plausible. I think this is better. Although the face loop is crazy, but what it does is that it loops around, then it, I don't know, here is try to, it's weird, I say. Okay, so clearly one goes here, and then it's sort of yeah, okay, but I think this will be, at least we got these double things here, which I prefer triple here, because this is, then is the clavicle. So this is all this anatomy thing is, it's what makes this thing weird, right? It's weird anyway, so we have to make a decision. Sure, we could decide where to... what about this? Interesting, right? Yeah, this is made more logical, maybe. It's more beautiful, at least. And when you smooth out this, maybe can produce better, slightly better results. Yeah, so I think this might be the way to go for now. It's a very convoluted area to topologize, and because this part is usually goes down. It's not usually the most, I think, actually one of the most difficult parts to make mesh topology. Even more than the hand, because the hand it's easier to get the patterns. Well, here is just, personally, I never know what to do. The hands, at least I have a clearer idea. Yeah, here it requires a lot of more... yeah, I personally would need a lot more attention here to get this right. But I think it's working very well now. Especially the subdivision, it's kind of clean now. So, folks, here we got... yeah, there's the breast region, and there is the... this part here that I would still like to get something. Maybe won't have enough... geometry here for this. We'll have to investigate. We're gonna use the grease pencil. Yeah, I forgot to... Okay, so this is the position, let's say here. I can take... okay, it's here. So the position of this feature is here. We're gonna... how to call it is the... yeah, it's the rib cage, right? And yeah, I think we'll be able to use this for the rib cage, which will be great. I wasn't able to use on the other model. So the pattern here is that we want this to go down the belly. Anything like these ones, right? From there. Around the navel. Cut through. Like that first, which could be something brutal, but Here's unsure what we do with these ones. We have a line, but we don't have the... Yeah, I see. Okay, now we get the face loop. Maybe this is bad because, yeah. Here we have some French shape. Here, too much distance to cover. But we're getting the shape, so it's at least that. So what happens that we could have if I want something like this, we might not have the thing from the there, but at least we get this one. Hey, Pxy, welcome. Brandon, how are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm doing some topology generic research here. So we need to get... Yeah, by the way, Brandon, if you're looking for the water, I will still have some development today. Small thing, but in the direction, right? So you see, we got time, so for the, like, even if, let's say, even if the schedule were, even if that was the schedule for the end of, like, let's say 1st August, it will still be possible, but very crazy, but it will still be possible to deliver, because to render, I just would take 1 day to render. But the water effect, visual effects, they are very time consuming, they are very hard to make, and that's some real hardcore challenge. I have made some, but then there are retakes. It's really crazy. So that's why I will get them done eventually, so don't have to worry. We have time, but I want to get rid of them as soon as possible, but I don't have all the time, right? So I need to spread. The good news is that I've been assessing how to better solve them, and the most part of the rigging is done, the rendering is done, so it's like, it's safe, right? And if something horrible happens, that I'm wrong about the time it will take to complete all the water visual effects for rendering, then I will be telling you, but I think that will not be a problem, because it's time consuming, but it's certain. It's just about doing. Of course, if you want the perfect results, like retakes and all that, that is can take forever. So you asked me for a retake on the splash, and wow, that's very bad, because those kind of retakes, like you do a lot of work for one take, then you see that despite all the effort, it's not enough, because this technique, you have to go frame by frame, respect the timing. It's a lot of water. It's not automation, it's not automatic. Okay, let's read here. I know this might not be an appropriate time to ask this, but any update on the render? Sorry, no, that's fine. I understand your worrying about this, but essentially, you see, if you want, I can send you the frames randomly for all the remaining shots. It's like not important really. Only if you want to see that they were how we have a lot of variation of rendered shots now, because like I say, as I mentioned, 80%, about 80% of the scene is rendered in terms of frames, not in video, because the video I need to build. I only build this video when I have all the shots rendered. So now the only shots, okay, I can send you, but I won't send you the whole render stuff, because it's big. It will make a big zip file, unless you really want that for backup. But I rather just send you the random frames for whatever is done. But yeah, and then yeah, so I can send you this, yeah, so you'll figure out that 80% of the scene is rendered. Now I just cannot render the other shots with water effects, because the water effects either they need some retakes, or they didn't start. So that's the point, right? So that's, otherwise I have rendered, right? So because you asked me for render this scene and you weren't able to render it on your own, so I had to focus on rendering, right? And make sure the thing is, so if I only had the water effects to care about, I would have finished them already. And because I would have the guarantee of someone else rendering, right? So at least we know that most things are rendered now, so it's just a question of having them, these particular shots, which are the most difficult, right? So, because this kind of visual effects, it's really tricky. It's not automation, right? I have to do one by one. I thought it would be easier, but then came these shots with the dripping. That takes just too long. It's a nightmare. Like I need to be a specialist in this to be. It's just I'm not really comfortable with this kind of thing. So but that's the solution there is, right? So just be patient and you'll have the stuff. There's no need to rush because, you know, it's not because of me that the episode 7 is late. You know, it's not. And it won't be because I'll deliver this in time. So the reason this episode is not ready, I don't know whose fault. It doesn't matter, but it's certainly not because of my approach. So just you have to trust me on that. But I'll send you some frames and some whips, right, so that you can be sure that there is progress. Yeah, here the subdivision subdivision modifier is still not good enough. We'll have to make some more of this. This is not very good for the shapes. Yeah, so there's more geometry there. Yeah. The question is, should we use this? Okay, so here we got this part of, yeah, it's not completed. I have still to address certain things here, but essentially also the model sheet will be good to check. But it looks like, yeah, we need the model sheet here. Proportional editing, maybe we got something. Okay, yeah, it's very bad. But anyways, this is low poly. We gotta find some way later to address this. And this more stylized character, so it's really not... Probably will have more topology, mesh density here to solve this stuff, but it's almost adequate to the characters. Okay, maybe I should not even model this, but it's just the Okay, so now for the arms. So the arms, there is just, I'm just gonna make the same strategy that I used here. This goes towards, the trigon here goes towards the elbow. Before, precisely before this face loop. Solve this and merge there, yeah. So you have, yes, you have this interruption, but we can just then get this. And then we don't have anything else for the, except this, yeah, we're using this approach. We'll see if that works for the low poly or the lazy waves, lazy ballistic waves technique. Something to investigate further. The hand would be, though, another challenge. Okay, so this is another part that we can mostly fixed. Then we have here we see we're lacking this kind of a face loop here for this edge. It's kind of important. Here we already got it, so don't need anything else. And yeah, we are back to the hand, so the low poly can use this. Possibly we can use this. The character has 4 fingers, and it's clearly we'll have to do something about these shapes, right? So we can start by maybe yeah, I'm gonna do this so that we can easily split. Yeah, certainly this is not the best way to make a finger. but the other way would be to add some sort of cube, super regular stuff. Ah, of course, this here. Yeah, so handling very regular stuff, this might be more adequate because all right, so maybe we can use, yeah, certainly we can use this. Then we can reduce this, then we can reduce this, then we reduce this again, then we reduce this, and there we go. Now we have something that mostly works. We use the, yeah, this will be this one, then if the scale down, we can use this shift D scale down, and there we go. Ah, they are missing one face strangely. No problem. I don't know how that happened, but that's good now. Is this sufficient? Yes, okay, now we gonna I kinda like this face loop here. I haven't thought about this. Sounds good. Okay, so here we got this. And this, of course, is very hard, but I'm familiar enough. So, and I have this reference, but this is, we're gonna go nuts in the simplification. Not saying this was a good result, so we want to focus in, Yes, I wanted this system here. Ah, it's different, right? I have an idea. Maybe we can... should I try something crazy? Okay, maybe we can try. So what we could do is just like this is not a phalanx. This is a economic rigging that maybe wouldn't be allowed to do this in the situation of regular skinning of joints, but because this is a different approach, we can probably solve this thing with just this system. Yeah. Although I'm more wary about the shapes right now. What could give the shapes for knuckles? Yeah, I think there are some strategies such as something like this, right? Not I think this goes on the back part, but you know, this is a different rigging system. I'll have to try out, but I think maybe here would be better. Also, there are some interesting notion that I wasn't very aware, but it seems like some prefer to rig this part here. The joint, like the knuckle is behind, and this is actually where it bends from this line here. Very interesting. Like, so that's why the knuckles, the big knuckles, they would be here, and while this actually is just for the connection that I did here. So actually I can sort of collapse this, like just to get this thing right. Maybe you don't need this at all, but oh, look at this. This is not very bad. Hey, this is funny, but what about the back part? It's like a puffy cat or pet's hand, like paw, right? What we do with that, I don't know. Why even do that? Oh, just because it's fun, yeah. Ah, here, yeah. We might need some extra topology here, right? Okay, this part is gonna be nasty. Yeah, so here we have other. I remember the nightmare. So okay, the top might even look good, but then the bottom is, yeah, this might just not be enough. We'll need something like wrapping around. Yeah, this is too close, right? Nope. We need to. I think we got it somewhere like. Yeah, so we got this one. And see, already maybe you're seeing where I want to go, right? I want to get this thing. So I have this supportive face loop for the complex structure, right, of this thing. And from here, this can be continuing wrapping around this, of course. While the other takes care about this other face loop, which you'll have to figure out. So I have to remove this, I'm not sure, as does not matter. Okay, I see what this is. This is where this gets a bit tricky. You might need a triangle here, or just... not sure this is safe. Okay, let's do what we want first. We want something like this to meet this one. We want something like this, yeah. But then we need to make some space here, otherwise this will go nuts, right? So yeah, okay, so this might work. And here we have to find a way to solve this trigon here, and or not trigon, this n-gon, but maybe we can just accept this. But if we... no, it's better that we get this. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's the way to go. What about the back of this? This part seems fine. Or not. Yeah, I don't really find the shape is horrible, but this is just because we haven't addressed this part too much. Ah, this soundtrack. It's called... I think it's my favorite soundtrack from the this author compositor is White Bat Studio. This is White Bat Audio. It's Polymath. The name of this, and the full the album that is playing. You can look at the video description. Some synthwave thing, right? And the cool thing is that you can authorize to use this in streaming. Yeah, like this kind of streaming at least. There are some roles, and of course you need to credit. Even on projects like animation projects, as long as you're credit and you're not, I think even commercial project, there are certain things you can't do, but a lot of things you can do, and the musics are great. They are just not very cinematographic, maybe. They don't really fit all sorts of ambience, but it goes for most musics all around, right? But it's still very nice to have, and I think they to listen to, and I think some of them are maybe they're better for computer games. I'm not even sure, but for animation, certain could work. Certain. It depends on the animation, right? I think if you're going for some musical thing, they would fit perfect, like this more artistic, poetic thing, then this would work very nice. But for cinematographic storytelling, typical, that could be not very simple. So of course here I'd like to have some kind of knuckle structure. I just don't know what would make them with the help of this. I don't think this topology right now is helpful enough. Yeah, actually that could do, right, for stylized. Looks doable, right? But it's just they are kinda, they stack together, so it's not like they have any, it's like the knees I have, they just don't have any particular, they are blending, right? This is bad, right? So maybe we need this edge crease, but in a much lower value, right? Yeah, something like that can happen. And we can also, yeah, the problem is that yeah, now that I completed this topology, maybe we can get these creases to work on these parts, right? Actually, let's add 0.3 to everything. And to this, we're gonna add more again, right? Double. Ah, this is not very good here, right? It's oh, maybe it can do the job. Let's see here. Yeah, I know there are some things that, yeah, the clavicle. I don't have a line to do here. Yeah, we also don't have that face loop, which could be useful here. But I don't have where to pull it from. Yeah, so this could get a bit more complicated. I have to pull it from here, maybe. So that will be for another session, folks. But we essentially got most of this. We got most of the body topology is solved, right? Even the hand, I think it's kind of cool. That is very stylized. Sure, I need to invest a little more in it, but essentially kinda, I think it will work. Figure out, yeah, we need to compare where are the, yeah, so there are a lot of details here that we won't need because this mesh topology was done for the skinning, right? And so now the face, okay, has gone 45 minutes on top of whatever already existed. So I will quickly assess here some elements of the face. No, I don't need the body, but need the face. That could be relevant for us to address. We have this face loop, would be equivalent to that one, okay. Here we already see that this doesn't seem to be very nice for the purples, because these wrinkles that could be nice and realistic and even cartoons as well, so they actually would need to be much more to the bottom. So this was kind of stupid and really not very accurate. But what do I do with this, right? This might not be sufficient mesh, right? So okay, at least we got this thing, but that's something, right? At least, yeah, we have like we can do this, right? So yeah, we have something. I think this might be sufficient. We can play with something here. The brow, we don't have a brow structure, right? So this is not good. I know people are, I've seen artists who can build a brow from the topology itself, and I found that actually very intriguing. So we could do, I don't know, that this is, or maybe inset an island, some, yeah, there are many things. I'm not sure what is the best here. It's probably not gonna be from here. It will, here is too high, so it's probably gonna, you see how the wrinkle here can work. So we got probably inset, or yeah, like if it's, this is very weird, right? But it's totally bricks whatever I had, but it's not inaccurate. We could have something like here, an additional one, but you know, I think this is the most organized way. But you'll have to make sure that this stuff they don't they are correct. This is very dangerous now, right? Because with the subdivision surface modifier, and it looks very steep. I wonder if it is gonna be a maybe it's the edge creases that no, it's still a bit too much, right? You see it's plain, but it yeah, we have to see what we could do about this. Rounded, yeah, that's yes, of course. We need to sort of, if we want this structure, maybe we don't need this entire thing. Maybe we can get something just like this, right? This is better. Yeah. So also some could, if we bevel, we could get something better, maybe even better than this. But then there is where to bevel, right? We have to do from here, right? This is super weird as well. And there's a end gone, yeah, so maybe the best thing would be to indeed inset, but then we merge at center. Let's try this. Yeah, surely this is not a great idea. Yeah, I think this just works. It's kind of doesn't, for now at least, it sounds reliable, but this is an end gun, right? What's this thing? Oh, there's a diamond quad here. No? Okay, so it's a trigon. Yeah, it's a very rare trigon. But it doesn't seem to appear too much, and maybe it's beneficial with this sort of creasing effect. So because we're gonna make the shape keys morphs of the facial expression, right? We don't get to, and we're gonna put the eyebrow like a part of this thing. We don't really have to care about these very tricky ways of doing eyebrow to snap and to all that, or the eyebrow can be, it could be in the same mesh object. It will be better actually. It will never clip in any horrid way because it always follow the mesh, because it's shape key and they will move in sync, at least if we do it good enough, right? So here, really, would that help? Is that even necessary? No, I think it's not necessary. We'll see, but I think this is good enough. The cool thing of this already gives some eyebrow idea. Actually, to be fair, we could also, if we use a texture here, maybe this could already be the brow. A texture brow, why not, right? We can't extract data, mesh data from texture. Not even in geometry nodes. I think it will be revolutionary, because if we could do that, it means we could make a mask to texture that would extrude clothes, for example. It's crazy, right? So they're lacking the most important thing, right? But anyways, maybe one day we'll have this. So right now, it means if there's a way to do that, I don't know, but I have researched, apparently it's a limitation. Known limitation. Yeah, no, I like this. This is working because on my style I usually did that, but after assessing a lot of 3D cartoons and more drawings in anatomy and how artists create, so I start to understand that maybe this is actually for the good. It's not something that I structure so much on my characters designs, but it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's good. It's accurate, and I think it will work well for my, and this is my 3D style. So now we have got this kind of stuff. Yeah, we have the vertex crease here, although for some reason I do not see it. We are seeing it for the body. Maybe it's something I have here. Oh yeah, it's because of the, of course, it's because of the subdivision surface modifier. There we go. So there's an edge crease, vertex crease actually, and somewhere else we have there's another vertex crease. No? Wait. So where it is? Oh, it is here, and it is apparently in the wrong position. Okay, so here we have some problems with this mesh. I'd like to have, yeah, also we don't have the face. We don't have the topology for the mouth. But it won't be too different than this one, because now we are using, yeah, I try to follow the same ideas, but similar ideas, right, essentially for the topology, because even though it's shape key, what we need from the topology is the shapes and the possibility of tweaking, right? And as long as I have the possibility of tweaking the vertex, if I have enough mesh geometry with the help, or hopefully the help and not the hindrance of the subdivision surface modifier, so we can have the proper melt expressions at ease. Well, maybe not all sorts of melt expression, but a lot. Yeah, for shape keys we have it's much simpler, and that is why where we are going. So here we probably need the grease pencil. Yeah, we see where we are missing. Yeah, so a lot of this topology will just change, because we are going, we'll see where we don't need to do all this rounded stuff now. We're just gonna use some of them. And here I prefer to have something circular to shape this part. It's just too bad here to get This character design is really not easy to do. It's a round and sharp. It's crazy. If it was full rounded like a Sonic, I have some other character design on my style which are rounded, very rounded on the face. So these are be the default one because it's much simpler, right? But this one particular one is very complicated. Yeah, I see where I got it wrong. Ah, now we're getting something of more interest. Yeah, I'm not even seeing the side. Oh, look at that. It's because here the current topology is not helping. We need to bring down something here. That's why I prefer to have some different face loop here that would help doing this curvature. Yeah, right now it's not helping. Yeah, we need to get it rounded here, and yeah, apparently we're lacking some big topology here, edge loop here. That could be extracted from maybe this. I don't know, it's too soon because we also need to refresh the mouth. I just need to see where it will. Looks very bad there, but yeah, it's some part of this craziness because we are rely on the subdivision surface modifier. So this could take forever, but I'm gonna speed up and I'm almost fit. Yeah, so the mouth will go there, right? Apparently, so it will be around here, so we can probably. Yeah, we're gonna. Well, you know, I think we'll start from here. Because it's very low. Actually, it meets the pointy, the sharp there. And now you see, I don't need to rig them out. Well, I could if I consider that any skinning, tweaking at all will be used, but I don't think that I want this constraint now on my rig. It will be more limited. Maybe I'll regret that later, but I can always change. So that means that I can make the mouth shape that I want to start, but yeah, of course the ideal would be to start with still regular, usually would be the way to go. So it will be simpler to shape more and other shapes through I think this is something. Yeah, this is not the. So it's already a hole here. Let's look at it again. Yeah, we want it. The mouth on this position will be indeed. Okay, so we need to start building. Yeah, so the face loops, right? And this is exactly what matters here. Even for shape keys, this is, I believe this is relevant. We want this corner here to be with this sharp corner, yeah. And then we want more here to do more, I don't know what's happening. Okay, I know what's happening. Okay. Now I got this other one. I think this will be sufficient. And we need some separation here. Apparently you got some horrible results here. Yeah, we're gonna adjust this later. Looking very 3D-ish, but it's not what we want. We want something more 2D-ish. No, no, it's not the... yeah, so this will need, of course, to look the character design from all sorts of... I don't have it right now, right, but... Okay, so of course, how to solve the... Probably we're gonna bring from the nose, right? Yeah, this is a good one, because then we can already solve this one here, why not, right? This also helps making a better nose tip, nose bridge thing, yeah. And the thing here is that usually I like to shape the... Although I'm not sure if we keep regular or I do the anatomic shape key thing. The reason to do the... like shaping... like there's no need to go for the regular geometry here, because this is not the universal sonic mouth rig or anything that will need this skinning stuff. So that means that we can take a shortcut, but at the same time, if I don't make it regular, it might be also harder to build the expressions even with shape keys. So like it will be funnier maybe, but yeah, it will be more complicated if I decide where to put the complication, basically. This maybe is an exaggeration. Maybe here we could use the... There's an angle here that matters that I don't even know right now, but it's something like this, right? Yeah, I think we'd use the anatomic lips shape key, because through that I would be able to, like, shaping the mouth would be like it's a line. You just take care about the lips, organic lips after. I don't know, really, it's just maybe I'm overcomplicating stuff. I have a shape key more intricacy to the rig, so maybe I just don't use it because the main reason to use that would be for armature deform, right? We don't have armature deform here. Maybe for the jaw we'd use it, because it's a technique where you use a shape key plus jaw deform bone to get the best, because then you get the ballistic rotation of the jaw and all the tissues there, right? And at the same time we can solve the final poses of the jaw opening with the shape key, so you get the best of the two worlds. So this is a well-known technique. It was I first saw it, it didn't call my attention in the beginning. You know, sometimes like that you have to see things over and over again until it sticks. That makes sense. Yeah, so it was never making sense to me. I needed some clear explanation apparently. And you see, the problem in the internet often is that we get a lot of cool ideas, but principles, anyone that wants to teach principles is very hard to get attention, because no one wants to learn principles apparently. It's immediatism. No one wants to listen about principle. Everyone just gets immediatism solutions, which is understandable, the crazy society but then we live in. But at the same time we don't have the principles. So this lack of attentions for the principles is something that can be very disruptive. Okay, we see we have some limitation here. How to solve this part, right? We need maybe another face loop to construct this, right? Should we do this? Oh yeah, here we go. That's the way to go. So this can end up solving our so since I'm going for this ellipse, anatomic ellipse shape, so that means that I will need to shape this kind of stuff here, right? But I hope this will be enough geometry. I'm not sure this will be sufficient for me to have all the facial expressions that the character needs, but likely that, probably it won't be, but we can always add 1 2 3 1 2 3. Wait, this is the one goes to the corners, right? So yeah, this is correct. There's 1 2 3 1 2 3. Just here we are missing something. We'll have to fix this through more face loop here. In this case we had the nose bridge to solve this. In here I have nothing to solve this, and this is like mostly a waste of edges. But yeah, whatever. I don't know, we didn't do this, right? It's too dangerous. So that is regular, that is good. And just is what we do about this part, right? Probably we don't need this here. We can probably is wrong. We might need this closer, but no, I cannot confuse this with the typical rig, so typical skinning methods. So this not a bad face loop here. This though is a bit bad. We need these cheeks to stick out a bit more for the Yeah, actually, we need to pay more attention to this. Yeah, this is not working. Probably because, yeah, again, this part, I haven't touched this part yet, so we'll have to figure out how to solve this topology here in a better way. Of course, I would like to have her start with the mouse closed. Wait, this is not correct because actually we want, yeah, this is a larger one. What's happening is that this one is more part of this. Yeah, it's more like this. And then this one could really go like this. Yeah, so we almost got it. In terms of the topology, right? The shapes take still some time to fix. Oh yeah, there's something about the lips. We don't have lips yet, so maybe it's time to get some materials here. Colors at least. Yeah, it's lagging for some weird reason. We just want the viewport display. I don't know, they put this at the bottom. This is the most important part. Okay, use this color. Yeah, of course it's assigned wrongly. Okay, so for some reason I'm not getting the Okay, we're getting the results, but why is very strange. And it's super laggy here for some reason. Sure, this is of course we need the texture here. Yeah, this is not the character design, not accurate. The subdivision surface here. I have to know how I solve this in the other one. Anyways, what we can do here is just create another of this, so this will go closer here, so you have more possibilities of swapping the shapes. And also for now we can just yeah, I don't have the geometry here for this. This it's very difficult, I find. I have a solution, but it's in here. This needs to be transposed. Yeah. It's regular geometry, but then let's get the... Let's see the amount of face loops. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3. So I have 4 and 4. Yeah, and even more there. So for the corners, yeah, I was very wary about the corners in this one. So here you don't need this. You just have this. Should be enough for the shape keys, right? And if I need anything else, I'll add maybe another, like around here probably, to have more I think the corner is okay, because then once we have this one, we can also use these ones to shape the corner if we need rounded corner, plus the subdivision surface modifier, so we can totally get this, I guess. There's the eye stuff to build and plenty of other stuff, but I think we are getting good at this now. This model is getting ready for the... Yeah, I'm still hate this topology here. It's just not very wide, not very good for the sharp there. We can probably see what I did here. I remember it was also difficult here. Yeah, so it's not simple. We have an after face loop going around. There we got some, and then there is yeah, so it's very weird. And at some point we have something that stick out here, this one, and this is coming again from the what should be, I believe, yeah, but there are two of them. Doesn't matter, but so it sticks out. Then you have to solve the back part in some ways, because all of these are coming together. I would like to keep it at the set, but it's anatomy, so it's not very simple actually. No, can't count on the symmetry very much, right? Like it's organic, right? So of course I have this face loop, which I kind of like, but maybe we'll have to do different here. Like we have this, I also like, but maybe this should be going below. Yeah, so if I solve that, maybe that will be better. So then there's the eyeballs, the eye that should be good that I have them already. If these eyes should be solved with shape keys, no, they can help with shrink wrapping, right? So yeah, we can have that's not very good, right? For my character design, it's funny, but it's not what I need. Yeah, I need a model sheet looking. Just don't have the disposition right now in the stream to do that extra, because now it's more like easy, lazy fixing. I've been doing this for almost 2 hours, maybe more than 2 hours already. So we got some stuff. Do you really need this? Yeah, maybe you need. Whatever. Yeah, but then we can do this. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And so far I think it's good. And then we have the yeah, we can also get the body to get some same skin material here. That's nice. And so for the eyes, I wouldn't like to address this now, but since I think we can get it. Should I start the nerve surface? Why not, right? Then we to be fair, this could be maintained as this, because the eyes rig would not so easy to shape actually, I'm remembering. Yeah, it's not that, it's cool, but it's not that but maybe you can use this just as a starting point, right? And here, of course, it will be better that we use the model sheet, because it's very easy to we're converting this to mesh, right? We can go straight to mesh also, but not even creating this. But it's a funny challenge. Sometimes it gives some mathematical accurate stuff that can be interesting, at least as a starting point. Then we can keep tweaking this in the mesh. We can use the sculpting, we can use smoothing, we can use proportional editing, we can use I don't know, there are there's all sort of tools to make this thing look back to a more mathematical accurate curve. It's not a big deal. Edit mode is very powerful. Along its cult mode, we can it's actually even better sometimes to do this there, right? This thing that I'm doing is almost old-fashioned, because it's even, you see how weird it is. Sometimes I think it's it's not really that good for this kind of problem. And then there's this part you have to remove them with other with edit mode is better of the when it's converted to mesh. Yeah, and again, I'm not looking at the character design, so I'm kind of blind here. It's usually not recommended. Yeah, we're getting it. Wait, the grease pencil should be here. Why it's not? Okay, it was on not keyframe 0. Yeah, so here it will be better to, I don't know where it is to convert, but yeah, here to mesh. Okay, dead. Now we can go back here, and because this would have a subdivision surface modifier, we can even go level 2 here. Now yeah, let's skip level 1. Then I don't want optimal display in this case. We want to subdivide, unsubdivide. This ruins apparently a lot of the mesh. Okay, so for some reason it's not working for these faces. Now we got something that should be good. And now we can just get the proper approximation here. Yeah, so you should just be careful. The eyeball or this eye shape doesn't really change too much in the. Actually, we can somewhat have its question, stretch and question some degree of automation, right? But usually, I'm not sure I use this too much. So the idea is just to make sure it is gonna. And to solve the clipping, I think I'm gonna use this strategy that also helps shape key work more in sync with curvatures, which is the subdivision surface modifier. So this is very interesting approach. I don't think it compromises performance in any terrible way more than, I don't know, heavy mesh stuff. So I believe it's safe as long as we don't have a lot of things going on and not a lot of geometry. I don't have a lot of geometry and I won't have, so I think it will be safe. We also want to maintain certain distance so that when we maybe do more exaggerated expressions, we don't lose the eye. Yeah, so the technique of the shrink wrapping, because I believe it will be useful. We're gonna find this, we're gonna call this eyes, because here we can totally symmetrize already. Mirror, this doesn't need clipping. We can use I can use the head as the target of this, and then we can also, it wouldn't work if we needed a UV warp modifier. I don't see why I'd use a UV warp modifier here. But maybe it will be better here. The eyes, I have a technique that is armature deform. The ear, iris, pupils. But maybe it's not necessarily better than maybe the UV warp is more efficient, cost efficient. I'm thinking, because this technique I have is not too hard, but it's the UV warp modifier is also annoying. Both are annoying, but in very different ways. It's very weird right now. But what we're gonna do is that we're gonna use we need to rig this towards the armature. So we want, of course, the bone here, or actually maybe there's a deformed bone. There is, maybe we should target the deformed bone. Yeah, probably target the deformed bone. I wouldn't, usually there's a mechanism bone for that, but that's fine. We don't have mechanism bone, so use the whatever is more root here, and we can get the armature, Control P, bone relative, so it's immune to scaling of the bone on edit mode. It won't happen any crazy stuff. And apparently there is some crazy stuff. Of course, this is because of wave paint, I guess. We needed to create some eye bones, right? So it will be not exactly... So these eye bones, they can go anywhere, doesn't really matter. So we can, why not place them at the center of the geometry then, whatever. It's really not important, but this will be the mechanism I left, yeah, eyeball, right? And eye surface, right? Because and then we're gonna parent this to the, yeah, or yeah, let's use the control bond then. And then we're gonna symmetrize, and then we could do this with armature deform, but for now let's keep it simple, not to have to wave paint this. It's just an extra step. That's why do this now. So now we just need to get this and this here and do this again. And now for, oh, I see. Of course, this is uh, yeah, of course. We better have the wave paint because I think this bone relative doesn't understand the mirror modifier. Never occurred to me. So, okay, let's do this. Then we need to, oh, there's not an armature. Yeah, because this is not for the, okay, target here, but we gonna clear parent, okay, and we gonna, actually, this would need to be deform bones def1, and also we're gonna have them to be this color, and then we have to make yeah, the wave paint. So the wave paint for this is super simple. If we pick this, we want to have indeed this bone, and no, it's not good. So, oh, left and right. Okay, so apparently we already created the vertex groups. No, we didn't. Okay, of course you need to create the vertex first. Now you go back, and now we got this one, and now it works. Good. So now we have this thing, but we need to parent this already parent. Yeah. Now we got something that is okay. So I know what this is. There's some new meshes here in here at this point. Yeah, I'm still working on the topology, so we still have the mirror modifier on. So the wave paint here, of course, is for the, why you have so many waves here while we just need, yeah, I don't need any of this. So batch delete all groups. This is just the head, so I just want the uh, def1 head, and we got this, and there is the yeah, but we have a problem now that, okay, so I'm picking the wrong bone, right? So the thing now is that we can bring this to alt m deform, and now we can just hide this stuff, and now we got the head that is with the eyes, and so we're getting the character word. So it's yeah, there we have a lot of problems yet, but this is going well. Okay, the head, the fingers. There is an approach that I was investigating for, just to conclude now, right? Then the shapes, of course, the anatomy, the characters. It's not correspond to character design yet after all those tweakings. But the thing that is important here, maybe I can show in this new auto waking setup 2 would be this, or I'm not sure where I have. Yeah, I think I was doing an experiment here. So this can be interesting, but so I have found a critical problem to my dreams of auto IQ option. Not totally dreams, because actually we have actually possibility, real possibility to have this implemented with the expanded auto IQ thing. Also, there's geometry nodes, um, armature, how do you call, pose modifier project, and there's another guy who's doing. So here is the thing, right? So this is fake news, because when we do this spinning on that tail joint here, when it interpolates in keyframing, the bone moves like in F key, but not in the final pose. So the proof is this one. So let's say that I'm gonna keyframe these three bones here, then we're gonna move here, then I'm gonna, okay, I'm gonna save here, and I want, you see it's spinning, and okay, keyframe. But then, this one will keyframe as well. And then apparently it's all cool, but then when I pick, um, you see, I don't even need the motion pad, and I have to apply the motion pad to the tails to see. Oh yeah, we could do this. So you see that there is this motion, right? So this is horrible, because that means that it's a bit like when you try to use the 3D cursor to pivot a bone. It won't, even though it looks like that it would be doing this pivoting through, like making this arc, it's not. So it's fake news. So this is a horrible problem in Blender, because yeah, this is because it's not actually the, you see, this is what's happening actually. And it's not doing the curvature, because I picked a loose bone, and this one is just there because it's not a loose bone. It is, I moved its parent. So turns out that I was investigating a plausible way, still very experimental. Never tried this before, but it's not a new idea to me. But now I have a real reason to attempt this. But I tried many things these days regarding this problem or not. But what I did here is that I still have the auto I key here, but I decided to have, so I can, but I have an I key bone, a regular I key bone constraint system, even with a pole target here, inside, led by the foot. This foot, so it's not, this is far from any, it's usable, but it's very convoluted. So the thing here is that what that does is that, you know, that the I key bone constraint, that the I key bone constraint rig here would be like the deform rig. So it is where the mesh stands. So it's like I can prevent, the control rig will be like sometimes on fake positions, because I can do this spinning, and this bone, well, this bone will be pinned, but not because I'm moving this, but because it is really constrained. And however, if I double pose this, oh, okay, there is something I need to test here. What if I don't remember doing this? Okay, so now we see we have some things here going on. I don't know the extent this can go, but that means that the deform rig, which will be this one of the inside, won't be even in during interpolation. Okay, this is offsetting. Okay, it won't be, even though you see that the bone here is offsetting the control bone. It's okay, because the deform bone here would stick in place correctly. What is this glitching? I don't know. Blender 5.2 LTS, maybe 0.0 LTS. So the thing is that, anyways, now this is a way. So I don't really pose the, at least not in this case, I don't need to pose the I key bone constraint, which is directly, because it is problematic to lots of things in rigging. And while the auto I key has some advantages that are unfortunately so in this way, maybe in this way, I can find. So here I have to do the double pose here, okay? But the thing is that okay, this is let's resume. Let's go back to the beginning and let's just get these ones and let's yeah, let's also get let's get a color for this. Yeah, let's get this color, okay? So it's we know it's something else. Okay, so gonna pick these keyframes. Gonna also so the foot I key master actually is not a the foot I key master is not actually a master, is a pupil of the loose foot bone here, and it, of course the loose foot bone has the same problem of the loose I key foot bone, right? The master typical because they are loose bones. They don't will need a parent relation, parent-like relation to make arcs, or we do the arcs manually. So this is a problem, but it also exists in the Ike bond constraint. So far, we haven't lost anything. So the thing here is that if I pick this and this now, okay, let's try to, okay, so yeah, this is a loose bond, but the thing is that if I pick uh, this bond, the form rig, which matters. Now we see what's really happening. Okay, actually, sorry, we could use this one, it's better. So you see this is behaving linearly because this is respecting the typical loose bond of the Ike bond constraint. If I were to do this with this bond, it will make an arc because this is, but this arc turns out is a problem because this arc it offsets the tail because the auto IQ option doesn't have IQ stretch, and even if it had, what would stretch and squash? It's problematic, right? So I thought this was an advantage, but it has this fierce drawback. However, if I get this leadership of the IQ bond constraint, which is very stiff, right, in its way, to here. So what I can get is that I can manipulate the mesh like an I key, but I still have the control of the versatility of the I key bond constraint. Apparently, so so far I'm not sure. I am looking for uh, issues. There's probably issues, but so far this sounds a bit promising because okay, this is not an arc, but then you see that usually the things are respecting, right? Okay, I cannot control if I swap this thing, of course, I will have, uh, okay, some issues, but let's keyframe this and some offsetting. But you know, in many rigs, offsetting is not really a problem as long as we have a good control of this. So far, what's I can do. I'm using auto I key in a way that allows me to prevent to so and what does that mean, folks? It means that I can do so. This is a more problematic, but of course I can't use this rotation. I think it will be a bad. Never tried it, and now the thing is that I should be able to do. So here is uncertain why this happens because I should be able to, unless there's a bond constraint here. No, there's not, nor here. So, oh, I see why this happened is because this is rotation, of course. It's not parented, right? It's a loose bone. If I parent already, this is a problem, right? Because or maybe not. Maybe there's a way. Well, let's see what that does. I think it will be terrible. Um, yeah, now this works, but then the problem is that um, oh, but it stays in place, right? So that is not. Of course, if I do F key, okay, but without Y key, that could work, right? So let's see. Um, so what's happening is that where do we need? Yeah, I want to make sure that this bone doesn't. Okay, let's go again. So we're gonna reset. No, okay, let's reset everything. Delete everything. Let's keyframe this. Then we're gonna keyframe here, and then wow, yeah. So of course this is not a good idea because as soon as I move this, it is carrying this one. So and then everything will. So okay, no parenting here. So it is a loose bone, and now yes, now we have, but we have other problems. So I think there is a way out of all this, and something beneficial here that could be used. Um, so here it's okay, right? I have the offsetting of the tail of this bone, but it doesn't matter because the Ike bone constraint sustains the during the interpolation the this thing, right? And you see this bone is not even keyframe, right? Well, we don't see, the names are horrible, but now the problem is that okay, now I can do this, right? So this is, oh, why it's not following? This is what makes it follow. Okay, so here we go. We got a problem. I thought this will follow, and this so we don't have, yes, because I was doing, no, okay, so we need some way to, maybe it's a double posing. Let's see. How come I can do this? Okay, because it's moving like the I key, right? It's not, it's a typical problem, right? And say also here, there's nothing you can do. So it's different. Let's see if, what if we can create a bond constraint here. So we already see the, it's not gonna be super good. We can try something here. The rotation doesn't respect because it is bound, right? It probably will work with this rotation. No, not even that. Maybe we need a replace. Yeah, it is not responsive because of course I think the it cannot override the IK bond constraint. I thought this was more versatile, but yeah, it still has the parent though, the parent for. So I think what I was doing before then, wow, I was achieving something of more interest. Yeah, that's is not going very well now. So the maybe it was something about posing multiple bones at once. Let's see. Yeah, sure, I was doing something, and maybe I was using another. Yeah, so here this changed this, so it's not interesting. And even if it works, it will certainly be super tricky. And so I think this, if there is something to this approach, it will be very convoluted anyway. So, but there might be some way around it. But I think now I'm a bit disgusted. So, but really, what the killer thing was that I found only recently that this thing is fake news, right? When we interpolate this, uh, the we have this motion. So I thought that maybe the way to pin something would be really to pin the tail. There's another way around, right? I was using this, that is a stretch to bound constraint instead of the I key bound constraint. And the problem of that is that, well, it works, but it's like we are unmaking the, I would say, it's like we are, it's an interesting proposition as well, because then the deform rig would be bound to, right, to the, to, to this. And so that means that we'll be able to even do some fake IK stretch, and that means that we can also solve this particular problem of interpolation. So for example, let's get this and let's do this, and you see it is spinning, but actually, because I'm using the auto IK, but it is fake, because actually you know already what happens to this bone. You see it is moving the tail joint, even though a little says, and this is maybe it's not super destructive, but if when you're doing footage, like you want precision, so this very bad, right? So this because the in order to obtain the I key, it that pose it is doing the arcs and then is doing F key, and it's not calculating as the I key bound constraint calculates, even without when there is no I key stretch for the I key bound constraint. So this is something about the auto I key option that I don't know exactly what they did, but it's very weird because it looks like it's just I key, but it's a different kind of I key. And while even when both of them not using, so I thought it is very strange. There are more to it, but I can't understand exactly what's going on. But there are different systems of I key, and one of the I key has unfortunately this problem, right? But it so we can try to compensate. So now with the I key stretch, right, what we get is that we can avoid this thing as long as it's not a control rig that matters. However, that also means that the the leg here is the shin would be squashing a little bit during the process. We can try to solve it though if we did something like this, right? But there's other, yeah, the thing is that, but the this ball will be, the deformed ball will be right, so at least this is not that bad. So here the advantage of doing that is that, well, with this system we can indeed uh, have something like, we can really do hold on, I why this of course this is not really what's, this arc is fake. The real motion of the foot here is line, actually, from the head. Wait, well, this one is the stretching, so it can be this too, but yeah, so you see this is the real motion. So this is like the Nike bond constraint, right? And we're not using Nike bond constraint, but we can probably solve it. You see, I just did a literally I did a something that the Nike bond constraint can do, pin the joint of the knee from the foot, from the, right? So this is something that we can do here, because the simultaneous, the I key, F key, no, the auto I key option does allow to do certain manipulations, right? You can decide, right, if you do. And this pinning, however, is as a problem in always the interpolation. So here I'm doing I reverse I key, the pinning there of the tail, and here I'm doing normal I key, which is pinning, well, the head there. It is the typical I key, right? Because I'm picking the foot, which is not parented, so I can do this kind of stuff, right? So in order to make the foot make a motion that is curvature, then is the uh, same problem of the I key bone constraint. We could use some pivoting bone or just auto I key I key switch, I key snap, but I don't like much. I have never used that system for so of course if we're gonna do this uh, we can try to do this manually, and then we can get good curves for animation. Well, I've been doing this forever, and it just works for most poses. It works for there are situations where we really might need a pivot, but fortunately there is a way without to so it. But if we really need to have ballistic perfect circular all the time, then you need to have probably use the the more conventional technique, right? So yeah, here's the head. So this is my curvature here made manually, so it's not so terrible. Of course, it can go bad when we are trying to uh, make the foot, uh, the leg, straight leg, do the job of it's strange why sometimes I don't get the right motion for this. Anyways, we can just do this and do this. It will be the same thing in the end, but here I don't know if we need to move that. Anyways, yeah, this is all messed up during the explanation, but essentially, yeah, why this is global? Why? Oh, yeah, the local goes nuts, right? That might be something that is better than. Yeah, view is better than. Okay, but now we have this thing. So how to solve this if we want some action there. Okay, so actually look at this. We can use I knew this would be important at some time. So I even have a rig where I have a bone here. It's a mapper bone, but it's not the case here. Let's I don't have it in this file, so no problem. We're gonna just parent this here and also make it much bigger. Just it's a horrible bone, but now what you can do is that you see it is in that position, right? And so what we can do is that we can just use this, and now for a certain interpolation that I want the foot bone to have a not this linear crap of I keep on constraint. We just can do this, and then we can G there, and it's not a perfect arc, right? But oh yeah, it's not. It's probably not a perfect arc because it's just one interpolation. But you see, this is a finding, folks, because actually that's because you see the problem of the F key of the reverse I key pinning here that for interpolation that is a problem actually is a solution to find the baked perfect circular arcs of motion. I never knew that. I didn't know that. So you see, a problem becomes a solution here to something, of course, manual. If I that means if I had to bake this, there are dons who can do that, but or extension. But if I had to bake this, I would never bake this shit. But if you see, if I had to find this curvature, so this is interpolation, which was. Am I doing the right path? Okay, no, it is now. This is the right path. Okay, so it's probably not a perfect curve, but the more I get this thing per keyframe, the more these curves adjust to the ideal curve of motion, I assume. You see, there's offsetting, but I'm adjusting the interpolation. And so this solves a big problem. Two in ones, folks. So it pays off. At least we know something new now. This is super interesting for me, folks. So I hope for you too. So basically, you have a mapper bone here. Probably use a circle widget, right, on the ankle, and then so we can make arcs. Yeah, but what about the big arc there, right? We can make very accurate arcs now, even not the ideal, but very accurate, thanks to the problem of the state of the auto I key reverse pinning thing, right? Which is F key. That's why it does the ballistic rotation with the perfect circular arcs of motion without even I key stretch available. So that means that whenever I want not to, I want this bone to respect the length, because this will be linear shit, right? Sometimes it's good, sometimes bad, but that's it. It's deform the shin. So we can do more very accurate stuff. So I bet very few would have found this on their own, but this is okay. So, but what is this about, right? This was about, okay, there's the view thing, which is very important. Although I'm not sure why I have problem securing it. But okay, we get this, right, and we get this, and then we get this, and then we can, of course, get somewhere in between, anywhere, doesn't matter. Then we get here, and then we get here, and then G, and here we go. So it doesn't. This is even much more precise than the manual fixing it. It's just yeah, it's a manual fix, but it's much like added precision. Okay, but this is not. This is far from satisfying, but it's far from the all the things should provide us if it's real good. So I can do Y key, like in this case, as a I can do the reverse I key thing, like an I key bond constraint, assuming that I'm okay with the fact that there would be some degree of stretching for the shin sometimes. It's very tiny, and if I, yeah, so maybe it's for the most part, maybe it's not that relevant, and I can always keyframe this maybe in a way that yeah, to solve this maybe I could do something like this, right? Yeah, ignore that part. So it's from here. Yeah, I can sort of solve this. Maybe there will be some thing like this that could help. Then the other thing, of course, is I want this kind of rotation, right? So here, except that now this bone, this is fake news, right? Because whenever we rotate this This is not, it's like the 3D cursor, it doesn't help the interpolation. So what's happening is that this bone is rotating like that, this is bone is rotating like that. They are doing arcs there. Well, not this one, we need to calculate from the tails to see that. So okay, you see this arc and you see this arc. So these are doing the arcs, but the control bone isn't, right? So that means that um, and it's the deform is the foot bone that carries the foot. So that means that this one will be a line, and this is not good, right? But well, it can be good, but in this case, that means that the arc is not doing well enough. So to solve this, we can do something like this. And G, not sure this is, oh, this doesn't seem correct. So maybe this is a different case. Yeah, the interpolation of this is this straight line at this point, and we want it to be a curvature. So in order to get that curvature, we would need to do something else, apparently. Although it's true that it would be here, right? So what went wrong? Ah, I need to keyframe. Ah, there we go. Okay, so that's it. So we solved this arc in this way. Hmm. Now it's getting interesting. See, I'm not using the keyframing trick for the. So this is very interesting. What we cannot do, yes, I know. One thing so far, we cannot do this. It needs some practice to do this, to post this thing, right? But after a while, I think it gets funnier. So the thing here is that so this was very valuable. I didn't know that. So this stretch to it's a lifesaver in this case, right? It can help mimicking the IK bond constraint through the use of the IK auto IK chain, right, system, right? So unparented bone, the foot, mass foot, thigh and shin, they are connected parenting, and this is just a mapper bone, right? For mapping the tail of the ankle joint, right? So it's parented up to this one, better parent offset, so it doesn't interact with the auto IK, because if we parent it connect, we could manipulate this chain here. We don't want that, yeah. So if we don't want that anything at all, then we just copy location bond constraint, and that's it. So apparently this system allows a lot of things. Yes, this will still cause the shin thing, but at least the shin will not push down or pull this other the control foot, which contains the foot deformation. So that means controls the foot's position. So that means that we don't risk losing the foot position. So, and this is pure auto IK, right, with some not constraint. Okay, so this is the reverse IK that and then here we need this multi-posing with this thing, and apparently the view could be the best for preventing some issues. Let's see if we can do some rotations. If anything, yeah, not sure if we can use this system, but we have this spinning, which is very weird. Oh no, it fixed there. Okay, so apparently we can do this. And then of course there is this situation. If we don't want the linear motion here, if we for some reason we want this circular, we can just again we can do as many as you want, but just a single This will help getting a. Now of course I need to test it with. So we can do this, and so we can even do this. We need to this be deactive. Then all the solvation comes from this this thing, right? Yeah. Here I don't know what I've done, but some wrong keyframing, I guess. Yeah, of yeah. So you can do I basically we can do all I key F key without auto F key I key switch. We can have linear motion for the foot on demand. We can have arc, almost perfect, very accessible way to kind of not too complicated in my compared to mini bake stuff. This is also micro bake stuff, but this one is much simpler. Don't have to pick many bones and go back and forth. Just pick the bone, get the target, the get in the middle of the interpolation anywhere close to the center, and then move the bone there. Done. And then of course grab to a position so that you get the refreshed motion path if you want to look at this. So demonstration, okay. So let's delete everything, go to the beginning, then we get here, then we're gonna get, for example, let's use this one. So gonna keyframe this, then we're gonna bring it here. Let's see if this individual origins work. No, doesn't work. What about bounding? No, it doesn't work. Then what about the 3D cursor? Yeah, 3D cursor, it's would be this, but it's fake news, of course, but it will help at least posing, adjusting this position. So there you go. So now we go somewhere in between here, whatever. Then we get this map bone, 3D cursor, grab the foot master, which is very displaced, put it there, and G validate. There you go. Look at that. So you can do with this too. So let's go again, and so make sure that you get the proper intersections here, the proper keyframing. Then we're gonna get this one with this one, and we're gonna, yeah, why not? Let's try this again. Sometimes it works. Now it worked. X, global X, local X. No, this is not local X. Where's local X? Ah, it's swapping between the view, of course. I'm using the view. Local apparently is local along global rotation. Okay, there's the track ball. No, what is this rotation? I don't know what is. Okay, this is just a rotation on local that doesn't tell. It's crazy. Okay, doesn't matter. I got this. Okay, so then we got, now we see that the interpolation here for some reason is remain curved, but you see it's distorted. There, you see there's this distortion. So let's pick anywhere in the center, close to the center, get the 3D cursor, get the bone, shift, selected cursor, and G to revalidate, and that is the new interpolation, which is sort of a good curve that we can do this with, of course, the IK bond constraint, but we don't get this handy system. We probably doable, but right now I don't know how it would be done. Probably we can have some assistant mapper bones like that will try to follow the IK system. But the thing is here is that we have the same system we are we are manipulating is the one giving the hint. So this is very interesting, isn't it, folks? So that's I didn't end. I started showing this the terrible way, miserable way, and now ended up with something quite Fascinating, fascinating, fascinating. So I think this I'm gonna keep building on that, and when I like more the skeleton and see now this is really strong potential because I don't bother using these tricks here and there. It's versatile. We have both things, a bit tricky, but the rig is super simple. So what we get a deformed bone for the foot. This is the most ridiculous one. Just parent offset to the master foot here, which is a loose bone. And we have auto Ike chain bones. It's just connected two bones, connected parenting between these two bones. They are in this rest position, right? Towards like as if it was connected here too, but it's not. Then we have uh, this bone is parented to this, just a deformed bone. Then here another deformed bone with a stretched two bone constraint to this control bone, but it could be the other deformed bone you decide. In principle, I think this doesn't really matter. Could be also a mechanism bone. And then we have yeah, it has the stretch to bone constraint. It is parent, of course, offset to here. And then we have this parent offset to also here. Um, yes, must be here, not to the deformed bone, because the control bone is the one that offsets in the F key way when we do the interpolation of this. It's fake news. When we pause here, we don't. It looks like it's spinning as the I key bone constraint, but it's not. During it will offset this bone during the its tail during the interpolation. But now this system kind of finds a workaround to solve this in a very elegant way, in the sense that a bit weird way, trying intricate way, but a way that is kind of elegant, because not only it solves the problem sort of, or at least for 80%, it's still tricky to a bit tricky to use, but it's you have to do some multiples, but it grants new possibilities, because now you can use the versatile linear motion, or even we can use the curvature in with a bonus, which is this mapping, which is this FK circular arc motion that helps mapping the a good arc, which will automate then. And because it's I key, auto I key, that means that we have some freedom in doing simultaneous I key F key, and since we have solved some way the pinning that so we still cannot do pinning of the we can pin the joint here, but not we cannot pin from this joint from here. So to do that, the solution would be to use a driver with a property or driver, whatever system that that will pin this like a tweaker bones, right? A tweak that will pin the joint between these bones, right? That means that the tweak will be pinned in the wall space, and so this bone will be stuck to that, and same for this one would be stretching to that tweaker bone, but the tweaker bone will be maybe here, let's say, and then that will allow us to. There's tutorial about that. So whether even if we move the control rig here, it will pin this joint. So with the auto IQ, we can pin the joint from like the direction towards the direction of the foot of the hand. We can pin the elbow in this. This is something we can do with auto IQ bone constraint already. And this one we can't do with both. So pinning this joint from the direction of the hips, or of the direction of the shoulder in case of the arm. So we cannot pin it from here in any of the systems. In more advanced systems of rigging and animation, not Blender, maybe in future of Blender, maybe we can decide what to pin. It's on demand, right? And we can pin any joint on demand. I want to pin this now. I want to pin that. Then you are. This will be super cool, right? In Blender, but so we can do, but it's very intricate. You have to use those. But here we expand possibilities, right? With the I always knew that auto IK option has uh, great potential and possibility since I started to mess with it. And now this is a proof of concept that there are good ways to use. But here this is just the beginning because it's just a leg. There is intricacies about the rotation of the torso with the leg. There's intricacies about okay, how about the root bone, or more than that, the center of gravity, how to make this there, because there are very cool interactions that we can do with all those things all together, and usually they are already presets in conventional rigging, and when you try to make those things in a custom rig, then lots of things can go well, but that there are some things that can go very bad, and or just don't work the same way. You have to find workarounds. Or certain things are very hard to reproduce. So that's it, folks. Hope that was enjoyable after all, and hope you can learn something out in the experiment. So if you're interested in this thing and you don't catch the idea, let me know in the comments so I can. I'd be glad to share a blend file with this, but I just don't have much time to. I would don't know if anyone is interested. That's it. Happy blendering. See you next time. Maybe tomorrow. See ya, folks.